Hello. Hi, hi. It has been a while since I last did this. How you're doing? Welcome in. Oh my god. Oh, there it is. Okay, I thought it was gone. Hi. Wow, 3D Cobalt. It has been a while. Because today I'm not playing Baldur's Gate. I'm playing Tetris. That's why I'm playing with blocks. See, the thing is, I have been playing Tetris 99 for a while. If you do remember, I did stream Tetris 99 back then when I was playing Pokemon Scarlet as well. So yeah, and then I still play Tetris 99 from time to time, and recently got back into it as well. Like as in got back, as in really going back to it. Like I've been going into it. Lucky Walter, hi. Why is that? There's something about. Hi, thanks for the follow. Appreciate welcome in. How are you? Doing pretty okay. You know, had a busy morning and rarely does this. Finally did a heckin' night stream. Let me see. Yeah, it's 9:30 p.m. about. So yeah, I'm doing good. I mean, work was slow today. A little boring, but I'll take it. You know, I'll take a boring day any day where there's not much customers. Oh yeah. But yeah, I hope you're doing well as well, Lucky. So let me get to. And I think I forgot to change something. Like something is wrong. But you know what? It's okay. I'll check it out afterwards. Now I just kind of want to this. Oh shit. There we go. I want to play Tetris 99. It has been a while. All right, let's play a game. Also with Tetris 99. Yesterday I bought a new theme. It's the Pokemon one. I love it. It's great. It's heckin' great. Nighttime stream. I missed this. It has been a while. Oh my god. See the Pokemon? And then oh yeah, also I'm able to do this because I finally have time of my own. You know, since the shop closing and stuff is, well, pretty much done. Here I am being able to do this now. So yeah, I got Pokemon, got the Kirby one, but I don't like it. Don't know why, please don't cancel me for that. But I much prefer the Pokemon. Although the default one is also really good, this one. Yeah, nothing's wrong with... No, it's not wrong. Nothing's bad with the classic one. You know, music's great. You know, the theme is simplicity itself and I love it. But, you know, I just bought the Pokemon one, so why not just... Oh, also the music is heckin' great too, so there we go. Right, let's play. I hope the connection tonight is pretty good because usually nighttime is a little... the connection can get a little janky at nighttime, so I hope it's fine. I'm gonna play anyway. I'm sure it's gonna be fine. Oh yeah, also by recently I played this one. I meant this morning. I was playing this one during lunch break. It's like, yeah, yeah. I brought Switch to my workplace because I can. But of course, I did not just like, you know, play games right in front of the boss. No way. I'll get fired. Only played during lunch break, so yeah. Also, I'm by all means not good at this game. I just, you know, just make lines be happy. I just make lines be happy. I don't know what I'm doing, but hey, it's fun. Like honestly though, have you guys never thought about like the idea of Tetris? It's like every single block is like 4 blocks, and the power of 4 blocks, you can create so many different, well, strategies, shapes. It's great. I love Tetris, and the music is great too. Oh, this is kind of bad. Also because I'm pretty sure I'm in the Asia region. You know, there's a lot of bros around here, I'm pretty sure. Alright, let's focus a little bit. This is what I get for trying to be fast. That's not good. This is good. You know, sometimes I feel like playing with the Japanese side, you know, a lot of Japanese names because I'm in Malaysia, very close to Asia. I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm in the Asia region. So like, you know, every time I play this, it's gonna be like some monster. Well, no monster. They're really good at the game. Whereas I'm just getting bullied. Doing awesome. How's your day going? Nice, good to know. I'm doing pretty good as well. I had a great day. You know, like I said, slow day at work. I'll take it any day. Nice. Don't think I won that. Yeah, I totally didn't want that. I got this. I can bounce back. Kind of bad. Oh, that's bad. I had to do it. It's fine. Oh, that's not it. All good, all good. I got this, I got this. I see you only play this game? Not really. I play a lot of games. Let's just say I'm very addicted to video games. I play a bunch of, well, fighting games. Recently been really addicted to Baldur's Gate, so you can see that my last play game is largely like Baldur's Gate. I'm a bit guilty, Baldur's Gate is fun. And also I do play, well, aside from fighting games, I do play rhythm games sometimes as well. But honestly though, what game do I play? It really just like, kinda just the mood. You know, the mood. Whenever I feel like I want to play, I play that game a lot. Gosh, they have no chill. Yep, here they come. I have to focus a little bit. God damn it. Not like this. Yeah, this is what I get for trying to be fast again. All good, all good. Never panic. Everything is under control. I'm sure everything is fine. Help. God damn it. Alright, all good. Okay. Had to do it. That's not good. Shouldn't have done that. Alright. All good, all good. Don't worry about it. Oh, it's getting so fast. It's getting so fast. Oh, God. Oh, that's not it. Okay. If it works, it works. Don't question it. God, how many people is aiming for me? Wait a minute. Oh, I'm getting greedy. Oh, I'm getting greedy. Ah, it works. Okay, fine. Oh, all good. Never panic. Had to do it. It's not good. I messed up. Okay, go on. Oh God, I am panicking a little bit. Oh, wait a minute. Ah, I tried. I tried. How long have you been streaming in general? About... Gosh, I would say 2.5 years. Hi, Tikaka. That was hardcore. I love playing with blocks. This game's great. Hope you're doing good, Tikaka. Hi. Fellow bold. Wait, let me do this. I want... This is very important. Fellow bold. I'm now 3D, I'm no longer 2D. I mean, the first match of the day, well, not the first match of the day, but first match of the stream. 6th place? I'll take it. I will take it. Thank you, no problem. We Kobo stick together. Gosh, I love this game. The music is great too. Well, because I do love Pokemon a lot. And honestly, Pokemon music, pretty good, pretty good. Been great preparing some real life Tetris. Got some storage boxes for foodstuffs and we'll be organizing the heck out of them. Oh, the real life Tetris. I get you, I get you. Ooh, big good luck with that. Sometimes I feel like organizing, well, in the right situation can be quite soothing. Oh, I say in the right situation. Good luck with the sorting afterwards. Yeah, why not? Why not? I don't want to do that. Alright, all good. Fine. Oh my god, everyone's so fast! Everyone's so fast! Come on, what did I do wrong? No bully. Here. This is what I get for trying to be fast again. Space that's fast. How have you been? Magnetorsky is super fast, nice. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my god. Honestly, I don't really feel. Even I don't believe myself sometimes, but this is like my first ever Tetris game that I played. And I love the heck out of this Tetris game. It's great. See, the thing is, once when I say that, I don't think I trust myself as well. It's like, what the fuck, really? Although, to be fair, maybe I've been playing this game for quite a while now. So maybe that's why. That works. That doesn't work. Oh god. Okay, the placement's a little sus. Oh god. If it works, it works. We take those. Oh! Okay, all good. Wait a minute. This is what I get for trying to be fast again. Oh. Then check the next one. Alright, there we go. God, I love the music, it's so good. You can never go wrong with Pokemon music, honestly. I messed up. Alright, we can bounce back, All good. There we go. Nice. Love to see it. I might not be reading a lot of chat when I'm playing this, I'm sorry. Oh, that's wrong. Alright. Alright, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I don't like that. Okay. Ooh, nice. I can look it up. I thought I can do it. That's not good. That's not good. Oh, that works. Okay. Don't panic. There's no need to panic. See, it is always like top 10 and I always panic so hard. Works. Don't worry about it. Everything is fine. Everything is under control. I know. You give me L shapes now. Thanks for my opinion. Thank you, Tikaka. Also, thanks for the lurk. Appreciate. Blocks, yeah. Hi, McLarge. Hi, Zenti. How are things? Things are going pretty well. Slow day today, and I appreciate that. hope you are doing good. But come in. Top 5, good job. Thank you. Oh, second place KO'd me. Now this game's great. And I love the thrill of like... Honestly, I just love listening to the music of this game. You know, the classic one, and then recently bought this one. And by recently, I mean this morning, I bought this, well, Pokemon-themed Tetris. It's great. It's heckin' great. Honestly, I can just play this for a long time. If not only for my stamina. I got a cool Tetris for you. Oh, you got a cool Tetris for me? What sort of Tetris? Oh, that's a little early. Don't worry about it, everything is fine. Yeah, there we go. Oh, I'm getting greedy. I'm getting greedy. Huh? Wait. It's raining. It didn't rain for like weeks, months even. And then today it rained. Oh. I mean, okay, cool. We take those. Hell yeah. Hopefully you guys cannot hear that because it's very loud. it is bickering. Oh my god, I'm getting bullied. What? Focus, focus. That's fine. That's not fine, but I'm doing it anyway. Nice. Oh, I don't want that. May not be the best idea. Oh god, the greed. The greed. Sometimes you're just gonna be greedy. Well, sometimes. Honestly, me being greedy, I think that's just combo things, don't you think? It's just combo things. That works. That doesn't work. I'm not doing that. Oh god. Okay, please, what are you doing? There we go. I don't like that. Oh. Sorry, I cannot see. Oh. That was a big fart, no? Okay. Okay, don't worry about it, don't worry about it. Everything's fine. I think. I'm getting bullied. Oh god. Okay, 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 don't worry about it. Oh, I shouldn't put there, I shouldn't have put there. I placed the wrong one, I placed the wrong one. I should have placed it to the side. Hi, Ion. Stinky will come in. Hmm? I have to accept the... Found it. Oh, it's gonna be... it's a little hard. Here, give me a second. This is only of one monitor. Thank you. Oh, you guys will see Infinite. I think you guys will see Infinite though. Like, okay, wait. Let me open this one. I think my PC is dying. Okay, there we go. Sorry. Okay, there we go. I opened it up. Oh, good thing it didn't crash. Sorry, my PC is not that good to be able to handle so many things at once, but there we go. Oh. Is this really Tetris? What is that? What am I looking at? This doesn't look like Tetris. I don't think that's Tetris, but I don't know what I'm talking about. See, I only play one kind of Tetris, and it's the kind I'm playing right now. Never played the other ones before. Alright, give me a second. What is that? What is this? I think this music is copyrighted, I don't know. Stand Tetris? That's a thing? How many Tetris are there that's not just blocks? I'm a little... Are they playing it with only one hand? I mean, is he playing it with only one hand? How does this one work? I don't know how it works. I don't understand. What triggers them to clear? Aren't they like sort of together already? I don't like sand its course and it gets in your butt. I mean no comment. No comment. I don't know how I feel. They're still fighting! Oh, there we go, okay. There's no way, right? Yeah, it's a fake CPU name. It scared me a little bit. Like, there's no way a CPU won. It's raining really big outside. I cannot believe it. If you guys feel like I'm shouting, I'm sorry because I cannot really hear myself because of this rain. I don't know. The rain is weak, but it's no thunder, so it's fine. It's funny how the day that I want to stream and it just rains like this. When the granules of sand touch from one side of border to the other. I mean, there are many kinds of Tetris. I don't think that's a good one. Right? I don't want to be very rude about it. I think my brain cannot comprehend that kind of Tetris. But then again, that's just my own brain problem, huh? But it's also good to know that there's like different kinds of Tetris out there. Yeah, I had a feeling that's not a good idea. Orange. Oh, the game bully. Okay, fine. This is bad. This is all kinds of bad right now. Okay. Now it's back to really good. Oh boy, why am I doing this? Oh, Hyroxes. We take those. That one. We could cover up. This one, this one. I don't think that's a good idea. Why did I do that? Oh god. Alright, I messed up. I messed up big time. I don't know what compels my brain to do that just now. That was weird. Oh! Just thought it looked neat. Honestly, it kinda does look pretty neat. You know, the unconventional Tetris? Yeah. Oh boy, that's gonna happen. A little bad placements here. Oh, all good. Oh god, now I need too many lines. I wait, I look at the wrong one. Oh no, no, like this. Wait a minute. Give me a chance. Give me a chance. Don't do this. Don't do it. Oh god. Oh, one more. Quick, 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 quick. Okay. Thanks for giving me a chance, oh god. Hi, Brecky. Just need this and this. And then another one. There we go. Is this Minecraft? It might be. I'll take this. Oh goodness. All good, all good. Never panic. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Yep. I should have done that. Okay, who's attacking me non-stop? Oh golly, I'm being attacked non-stop. Wait a second. Everything is fine. Wow, oh god. Okay. I shouldn't have done that. Oh, I'm messing up. Let's go. Had to do it. All good. That's not it. That's not it. Oh my god. No, I could have won. I could have won. Oh yeah. I panicked. I totally panicked. This tip was my no tiny brain. I mean, I have tiny brain. I just sort of let my hand do the work. I didn't even think too much. No, that was clutch though. Man, if I send, because I have 100% up with, you know, the line clearance. Oh, that was close. That was close. God, that was fun though. More blocks. Also, I hope you're doing good, Frankie. Welcome, welcome. I love this. It's so good. It's kind of funny how I don't learn about T-spin because I don't know how it works. I see a lot of like pro players just do T-spins like there's no tomorrow. It's like I cannot do that. I don't even know what T-spin is. I mean, I know what it is, but I just don't know how to execute it. Getting out your back hurts. Can I say relatable? Can I say I feel the same? Because I kinda do. You know, oh yeah, I've been thinking of going to like a massage area, but it's like weird. I never went to a massage before. That works. That I don't like that. Oh, I don't like that. Alright. This is better. Maybe getting a massage doesn't sound too bad. That's what y'all get? Aiming for me? Oh, that's not it. That's not it. Oh, that works, okay. This is not as worth. I should stop playing this. I mean, I guess single is good for when I'm on the defensive stance. Like, trying to defend. Oh. I want to say that this session, or not this session, this attempt is kinda chill. Not a lot of people is aiming for me. Alright, I will proceed to shut my mouth now. Ah, that's not it. Oh, that's not it. I mean, I should be blessed that... I should be happy that no one's aiming for me, and then here I am doing dumb shit like this. Oh, okay. Don't worry about it. I don't like this. I don't like that. Should just shut my mouth about not being aimed, huh? Look at how many lines I sent. How many lines I sent by way? I'm crying. This is fine. Oh, this is fine. Yeah, this is fine. I should sacrifice the line now. I didn't think about wanting the line to put on my rightmost side just because, you know. A line when not cleared is kind of a nuisance. You know, straight line up 4 blocks? Oh god. Well, that could have went better. I mean, I should be happy though, right? Like, my first ever match. And I got like, what, 6? Yeah, 6th place. 6! I think that's really fucking good. Top 10. I just want to play this tonight, and then tomorrow I'll continue playing more Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate will continue tomorrow, and I'm pretty sure I'm gonna spend like half an hour just look at Papa. I already miss Papa. The Kobo friend. Do I want this? Yes. Yes. Yeah, see what I mean? when like a straight line goes up and then it doesn't clear, it's just kind of annoying. Look at that huge line right there. It's like, oh god, I need... What happened? Blue? Oh, that's bad. Why? Oh, I'm getting too greedy. I'm getting too greedy. Yeah, let's not be too greedy here. Emphasis on two. Where's orange? Not a single orange to be found. Oh, you're too late. Oh god. Alright, all good, all good. I mean, I have to be greedy. It's not like this something I can put there. Oh my god. Okay. This is fine. This is fine. I messed up big time. I messed up big time. I totally did. I don't know if this is weird though. Here, let's talk about this. Music, right? Music. Have you ever had the feeling of when you listen to a kind of music that you really, really, really love? And I mean, you really love the music, right? How much love? To a point where when you listen to a particular music that you really love, that you will, that you teared up. That much. Ever had that before? Just me? I hope not. Because it happens to me multiple times already. Like music that I really, really love. I listen to it and then visualize the situation along with the music, and they just sort of makes me teared up. You know, the good kind of teared up plus goosebumps. It's great. Oh god. Yeah, I'm sure this is fine. Oh, I'm sure this is fine. A little too early, don't you think? Okay. Yeah, where was I? Music, right? Yeah, there's sometimes, especially when it comes to music like orchestral music, mostly. The music that goes well with like epic to it. Example would be something like Monster music, you know, especially like those late game monster music. especially when there's like choir involved. Yeah, those kind of music can get me like... I don't know how to explain the feeling, but it gets me teared up every time. Or maybe I can just... maybe I'm just weird, I don't know. Oh, that's bad. Can you not? Oh god. Okay, all good, all good. Don't worry about it. Oh, the greed, the greed. I can only greet at the right time. Nice. Ah, blue. Oh, this is bad. No, why that particular hole? This is all kinds of bad right now. I had to do it. There's too many lines incoming! Oh god. Yeah, I'm too late, I'm too late. Crazy. Yeah, everyone's so strong. Look at all the Japanese names. I don't even know how to read any of these. I mean, I know some. Kira, 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 aki. That's not la. Ki, what? Kichi? Kichi, kichi, or kichi? 41, 41. I don't even know. Why is the equation in my game? 23rd, what is that? Yeah, I'm not gonna look at equation. I don't even know anything that is math. I miss this. And it's been a while. You know, every time I do like a Wednesday night stream, it's like, I love night stream. Something about it just hits right. It's too early greed. Because why not? That worked out. That didn't work out. Blue, blue, red, blue. Ah, okay, fine. Oh my god, this is all kinds of terrible. I'm sure it's fine. Alright. Don't worry about it. Look at that. All good. I need, I think, orange. Works. Oh. I don't like that. Oh god. No. Fine. That works. This is all kinds of bad. Oh god. Okay, all good, Do look, there is no need for panic. I pressed the wrong button. Look, everything is under control. Don't worry about it. I think. I don't want to do that. There. Okay. That's awkward. Oh, I hate it. Oh, fine. Honestly, shouldn't have done that, but whatever. All good. Don't worry about it. I'm worrying a little bit about it. Just a little bit. Oh my god! Can I have blue? Thank you. Ah, fine. This is all kinds of painful, right? See, the thing is, there's probably something that I did wrong there. You know, like the piece can fit there, but I just didn't realize it. I'm pretty sure it happened multiple times already. I blame it on Cobalt Brain. Ah, that's bad. What? Okay, thanks, game. I think that's orange. Oh god, I messed up. Oh my god! Yeah. Just take it whenever I have the chance. Just save myself, you know? Oh! Oh boy! I messed up. Yeah, oh god. It's hard. I cannot make a single mistake. It's scary. Oh, hi, malicious magpie. I love this game. It's great. Something about this game just like it sort of gives me the adrenaline. Yeah, it makes me feel energized. It's almost as if I'm playing fighting game, but I'm not. You know the feeling I have when I play fighting games. I mean, I guess you guys don't know, but the feeling where it's a close match and I'm really trying my bestest to win, but that kind of feeling, it's great. It's great. It's great. I love it. Hi, Rocket. Oh, sure, that's fine. That was kind of scary. I was surprised no one's aiming for me. Oh, there is, okay. Oh. Oh, fine. Hope you're doing good, Rocket. Welcome to my Heckin' secret stream, where occasionally, very rarely, I do a Heckin' nighttime stream. It's like back to my original schedule, but not really. Alright, let's go. Greed. This might be kind of bad. Let's not do that. Oh, I really need the line there. Shit. Oh, this is all kinds of bad right now. I messed up. Yeah, I messed up big time. Didn't notice I'm out of line. Oh, this is so bad, but I have to do it. Oh god. Wait a minute. Yeah, no chance. Had your first day of school yesterday? Ooh. Is it like a new semester or something? Whoa, I'm surprised that not a lot of people is playing. I mean, I say this because it takes a while for people to join, which is kind of rare for this game. I mean, at least for the past few months I played it. Oh, maybe I should word it better. for the last few months that I played, even I think it's not like I played this for months. I didn't. I had this game for months, but didn't play it for. I didn't play it for months. Know what I mean? How many people? Like to bully the bold, huh? That's... Oh, that's sad. Oh wait, I pressed the wrong... I looked at the wrong thing! Yeah, sure. This is bad. This is all kinds of bad. What am I doing? Stop. It cannot end this way. It cannot end this way. Line piece? Stop for a moment and think. Oh, I had to do it. Gosh, relentless. Niche. Wait, give me a second. Wait a minute. I'm struggling, but also hi everyone. Welcome in. Give me a second. Let me save myself real quick. I'm legit to promise. I think that you're. Hi, welcome in. I'm sorry, give me a second. Well, give me multiple seconds. Big Po. Hi, Niche Ray. Thank you, Niche. Welcome in, everyone. I hope you're having a heckin' a great day. Welcome. Give me a second. Give me a second. I'm trying to hold composure. This is fine. This is fine. Yeah, that's good, right? I'm just gonna do this. Hello, going to briefly raid and dash the 6-hour stream Divinity Dragon Commander. Nice! I saw you play that for a little bit. Is it a game about dragons? Because hey, there's dragons there. Hope you had fun with Dragon Commander. Oh, commanding dragons. Because I assume that's what the game is. With the name like that. Why is the pet there? Why is the pet there? I just realized why is the pet there? I looked at the wrong thing. Wait a minute. Okay. All good. Composure. Everything's... Oh my god, how many red pieces I'm gonna get. This is fine. Okay, there we go. I can't. Why is the pet there? Alright, all good. Don't worry about it. Also, thanks for the follow, Shredder. I'm trying my best to not get bullied, at the same time trying to survive. Durian. This is fine. Oh! This is fine. Okay, this is actually fine. I'm surprised. Let's go, wombo combo. Kobolds can mess up. And don't call me out like that. Oh yeah, you know, I mean, I'm playing the game, but I can introduce myself. So, my name is Tira. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. Lately, I've been doing a lot of help. Help. They're doing a lot of Baldur's Gate. And also I do art occasionally. So yeah, welcome in. I know I said it, but I still hope you're having a wonderful day. I mean, it's kind of rare for me to do stream like this, especially around this time. Occasionally, I do like to do like a nighttime stream. It's fun. I miss doing this as well. Wait, okay. Wait. Oh good. Alright, that's bad. I pressed the wrong button. This is bad. Wait a minute. Can I? This is going downhill. I may or may not have panicked a little bit. Oh good. I may or may not have been panicking a little bit. Don't worry about it. No, I was surviving. Okay, well, now I can properly do things. Oh goodness. Game said no. I was trying my best. Also, hi Nita. Give me a second. Wait, give me a second, guys. I'm gonna mute myself for a little bit, yeah. Thanks for stream. I'm not ending. Best of luck next stage. I'm back. Sorry. Someone came to my room. Also, welcome in. Oh god. Hey Water. Hi Merp. Hi. Hi everyone. Machine Lizard. Everyone. Already end. No, I'm not ending yet. Give me a second. Look at that. Konnichiwa everyone from Nita stream. How did that not work? Where's my bot is dead? Okay, fine. I'll do this. Look, I streamed for 2 years already. Can you believe that? No, I get that. Thanks for the raid, Nita. Konnichiwa everyone. Hope you are very genki desu. All right. Go follow Niche, the wonderful Fluffy Durg, and also Nita, heckin' adorable bear who speaks Japanese. I also learned a little bit of Japanese from him. It's great. Nibbles. Why? No, game. Don't. But I would like my tail to be intact. More nibble? No. You're a bunny, you cannot nibble on Cobalt Tail. Hi again, Roxas.
Yep.
Oh my god. Yeah. Oh. Cause I'm a Dirk, I need something to nibble on. Oh, another Dirk, nice. We love Dirk. Am I missing something? I hope not. No, right? I did chat. Did I chat? Did I? Wait, I think I didn't. If I did, I'm gonna do the. Oh, good. I need to wait 20 seconds before giving another. Okay. Never got first place in this game. Yeah, me too. I got a lot of second places in this game. I took pictures of them. Second place, third place, and then there's like a bunch of Pokemon pictures and also Rauru. Also, oh yeah, Merp, hi. Yes. Hope you're doing good, Merp. Where's the Tetris pictures? Oh, there it is. I mean, this is the team one. That doesn't count. So I took a lot of dragon pictures. I need to get back to the game. It has been a while, but I need to finish up Baldur's Gate 3 first. A lot of Rauru pictures. Don't worry about it. I believe I took more pictures. I mean, I don't. Doing roll tactic? Nice. Good to know. Good to know. Oh, there it is. 6th place. 69. Very nice. 3rd place. More. I mean, Tetris Maximus, but this is a lie. I played on team mode. It doesn't make sense. I mean, it doesn't count. The 3rd place again. I got a bunch of 3rd and 2nd places, just not 1st ever. But I love the game. It's great. But as a Dirk, I wonder, does Kobo go more yip or yap? Yes. Yip. We... yep. The best answer, I know, right? Just yes. I mean, us kobolds do go yip or yap all the time. Right? We love the yips and the yaps. It's great. Here comes the greed. The greed. That's stinky. Here. Oh, the greed. The greed. Too much greed, too much greed. Oh. Yeah, too much greed, too much greed. Everyone's aiming for me now. Not you. Uh-huh. I'm sure it's not you. Help. Kobo requires assistance. Help. There's something about this game just mega satisfying. That works. You know what? That works. I'm gonna regret this. Oh no. Wait a minute. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, that's right. Too little, too late, no?
Hello.
Hmm? Zergs! Thanks for the follow. Appreciate. Welcome in. Yeah, I'm doing that. Oh, good. Don't worry about it. I'm scared. Right? Could give the stop. What is this? I'm using my own hotspots. God damn it! I'm using my own hotspot. Fuck this. Two times in a row. I cannot believe it. Game. Well. Yeah, connection is terrible today because it's raining. Oh, I know what rain is. Ame. And then a big rain is like Ame Tsuyoi? Is it Ame Tsuyoi? Okay, let me change screen for a little bit because I'm gonna change to my heckin' I mean, I don't know why I'm hiding the screen, but oh good, don't worry about it. Oh wait, is it Sukoku Ame? Nah, I will start embarrassing myself. It's like Skyrim, which is love to just do some of errors. Okay, I changed it. It should be fine now, hopefully. Sugoku Ame Tsuyoi. Oh. Sugoku. I mean, I know Tsuyoi is like strong. But then it's like sometimes I hear Japanese being like, how do I say this? Tsue? I don't know. I am kind of interested in learning Japanese a little bit though. It's great. You know, I'm pretty sure I forgot to introduce myself. I'm gonna say it anyway, even if I did, I don't remember. Welcoming everyone from Raiders. Welcoming everyone from heckin' Nika. My name is Tira. I play a bunch of games. I heckin' love fighting games. And I do art occasionally. See, thing is, I don't remember if I did it before. Did I? I don't remember. Blue? Thank you. Almost messed up. I love the Pokemon music though. You can never go wrong with Pokemon music, it's great. Durian. That's not right. How many is that? Yeah, that's kind of bad. I'm still okay, I'm not gonna use the line yet. Greed? Greed? Just cobalt things, I want more. Fine. Can I get an orange? Thank you. I don't like that. Oh! I don't think that's a good idea. Don't worry about it. Everything's under control, I think. This. Boom. Okay. Had to do it. I see and I feel a lack of green. There it is. That's fine. Oh! Okay. This is bad. Okay, it's not as bad as I thought. Oh! All good. I shouldn't have done that. Oh, it's orange. Blue, sorry. Too late. God damn it. Oh, it's so fast. Oh, a game, please. Which is why sometimes I want to press down, but I cannot. I had to do it. Oh, not like that. Oh, thank you. Wait. Okay. I'm surprised someone's aiming for me. Not like this, I messed up. Yeah. I messed up big time. Never felt Tetris so intense. See, I love this game. It's intense because it's fun. But then I don't even want to learn. I know there's a thing called T-spin. I don't even know how to do it. Yeah, that's how I feel right now, Machine Lizard. It's fun though. You see they're still fighting. Oh my god, crazy. I don't even know how they survive that shit. It's crazy. I love this game. It's great. I wanna play more. I wanna play more. More. All the pets. I'll take it. See, dragon should pet Kobold. Thumbs up. It's almost like whenever a kobold yips, and then it's just like a pet is incoming. A yip and then hits. Nah, I want this. I want this. Is this greed? It kinda is, right? There's also some floof. And floof is amazing. You can never go wrong with floof, to be honest. Like, sure, the upkeep for having a floof is, like, tough. You're not gonna take up the floof, but hey, it's floof. Oh, this one, yeah. Yeah, that's bad. I need 2 lines now. That's fine. I should learn like the ladder kind of pattern. Like this. Oh boy. I'm keeping it. I'm still fine. That sounds good. This is so bad. Can I kill a... fine. I have not seen a single blue. I got scanned. A too little too late blue, oh my god. I'm putting here. Ooh, that's bad. I have to put it like this. This. Oh. Oh no. I'm getting mega trolled. Can work now. Oh, I should have pressed it. All good. There we go. I actually messed up so many times. That works. Focus, everything's fine. Don't panic. There's no need to panic. That works. Okay. Oh, I need the orange all along. I miscalculated. Oh, we take those. I pressed the wrong button. All good. Actually, rather than pressing the wrong button, I looked at it wrongly. Oh, that's all I'm supposed to do. I messed up. I'm third. Okay, I'll take third. I'll take third. I messed up big time. I panicked. Oh, hi, Pinky. Wait, Schmonkey? Shout out. Oh, sorry. I forgot to shout out my fellow bold. Yeah, Merp is amazing. Thank you, Nita. I can do it. I tried. I'll take third place. Look at them fighting. They're still fighting. Crazy. One over there. See that one? One up there. You did it after placing it, so no messing up the other thing. Yeah, but yeah, I just feel like whenever the top 10 music kicks in, I feel super anxious and my heart starts to beat like 200 BPM. My heart do super fast. You know, it's like do, and then top 10 is like do. It's super fast. Man, someday I'm gonna get first place. Well, someday. I'll keep trying before the day comes, it's fine. Honestly, I just enjoyed this game a lot. It's great. Huh? How did that happen? Just so you know, I'm a fluffy duck which is fully white colored, but just having grey eyes, the only thing which isn't white. Ooh. You know, honestly, I can like fully white colored dragons looks so good. I always like think of Reshiram when I look at them. I know it's like not the best representation, but it is one way I look at them, and it's like Reshiram is like my heckin' mega favorite Pokemon out there. Again, I know it may not be the best portrayal out there, but you know, it's Reshiram. it's Reshiram. Thanks. I'm glad to know that you like Reshiram. Why is everything kind of sus here? I can work with this. The greed. Like, I'm thinking, what other white dragons are there? I somehow cannot think of any. Am I a fake fan? Oh no. I'm not a fake fan, I swear. I truly love dragons, I do. Weird, I cannot think of any, like, white colored dragons out there. Messed up. This is fine. This is so sad. Nice. Not nice. Someone really strong just aimed at me, that was so scary. Yeah, it might not be the best idea that what I just did. Because now I have to deal with this. That is not enough. That is not nearly enough. That, oh god, that is so scary. What the fuck? What is going on? Oh, I messed up. I almost messed up the sequel. Hey! I pressed the button. No, I pressed the button, no. Oh, that was scary. It's already that fast and then I'm still at 15. Oh. Insane. People are too good at this game. I don't know why there's like stars on their numbers or level. I'm gonna assume it's like some sort of prestige. Maybe, I don't know. Or is there like a premium pass for this game? I mean, this game is quote-unquote free. I won't be surprised if there's actually like a premium pass of some sort. I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna get addicted to this game again. That works. I'm already getting attacked? Wait a minute. Sure. Oh, I messed up. Guess I'm just making it worse. Not like this. Oh, wait a minute. Ah, god damn it. Not like this. Not like this. Well, I only have myself to blame for this. This one doesn't count. This one doesn't count. The music never gets old. People are fast. Really fast. I mean, I wouldn't say that my speed is fast, but that... I hate it here. I'll take it. Blue. There we go. Ah, I should have done that. I think it's a common strategy to keep a line piece, no? I mean, I never really see other people play this game, like stream-wise, or just play this game in general. I don't really see them I don't really see those gameplay. But then after playing this game for a bit, I feel like holding a line piece just seems like a good idea in general. What am I doing? Okay. Red. Oh. I need blue. Now I need orange. No, I messed up. Don't worry about it. I've been for 2. Oh, hi Nalix. Yeah. Decided to stream a little bit because it has been a while since I last streamed on like time like this. You know, nighttime stream. I miss doing this. Oh, that's a bad placement. Yeah, gonna get bullied for that. Good God, what was that? Oh, I don't even stand a chance to survive that one. Wow. I actually got bullied.
Long
Never had that one before. You guys ever had long? The long strip candy? They're advertising like different flavors, right? I only remember that being like a sakura flavor. Long. That actually looks delicious. I kind of want it. The long. I'm sold to the commercial. Nope, but I'm sure it's not for sale here. Most likely. It looks like a Japanese... Can I do that? How? How do you even... How do T spin? Why did that just fly upwards? Oh god, I'm gonna get bullied again. Not like this. At least not this early. Okay. No, I deserve this. I have to do it. I really don't want to do that. Fine. Gosh, diggity dang, alright. Stop instantly green! Yeah, I don't think I'm surviving this. Or do I?
This is a distraction. You are cute. Hopefully this distraction is successful.
I looked at it. Hi, Evie. I have been distracted. Oh, this is bad. Ah, fine. Not much I can do about it. Worth? Question mark? I actually looked at the wrong one. God damn it. I need this. Okay, there we go. Hope you're doing good, Evie. Welcome in. This is bad. Walao, double durian. I cannot. Still trying desperately to save this one. Oh, this is terrible. The alarm never stops? What is this? I can't see shit! Help. The fuck? I literally cannot see every time I send light to other people. My man, chill. Good gods. Alright. We take those, right? We take those. The retaliation, they don't even stand a chance. Almost messed up now. Oh, okay. Yeah, they couldn't stand the retaliation. That feels good. That feels genuinely good. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. How many people is aiming for me again? Oh my god, I'm getting flashbanged. Dude, no way. I look at the wrong thing. That's bad. Yeah. There's too many people aiming for me, but I got a lot of KOs though. How many KO do I have? 10? Damn, I'll take 10. 10 KOs? We love to see it. Let me drink. Yuki. That was a crazy round. I mean, don't you just love it when you get flashbanged? In this game anyway. You know, in this game, when getting flashbang is like, ooh, I'm sending a lot of lines to a lot of people. That means a lot of potential KOs. But at the same time, I cannot see shit. You know, whenever they send a line outside, it's like, huh? What am I looking at? All I see is a light too. Nothing else I can see is like, excuse me, game? Oh. I need to stop doing that. It's a nice little tower. Oh my god, what is this? Oh, this is so cursed. Okay, it's not as cursed anymore. How am I doing this? Wait, why am I doing this? There we go. Okay. Nice, we take those. Oh, that is. Oh, that is. Oh, wait, that is actually good. Ooh, okay. Never thought about that. I like this more. Oh. Too little, too late. Oh, good. I didn't make the first time like that. All good. Wait, that was the wrong one. Oh, good. There we go. No big deal. No big deal. Don't worry about it. Oh, I blocked it. Oh, wait a minute. I just think I panic too easily most of the time. Can you stop doing that? Okay. We take those. Oh god. Don't worry about it. No, yeah, I tried. I couldn't hold it back. That was so intense. Oh, my heart is pounding so hard. Holy shit! I know that was like one-on-one already. I know it's like a fight for first already. Yeah, I was 200% on the game just now. I couldn't look away. Gosh diggity dang, that was fun as hell. I think that was my best try so far. We had a few back and forth there. Thanks for the 20 bits again. That was great. That was heckin' great. Honestly, I feel like that's my best first, my best fight for first performance ever. even like off stream, I didn't even do that well. Oh, I'm still shaking. That was so good. The pics. Also, welcome back, Shredder. Let's try again. Fun. It's so good. So good. Poke. 2 connected device. Wait, someone else is connecting my hotspot. Huh, rude. It's okay. My data plan just renewed. And I'm pretty sure Tetris is not even gonna use that much. Alright, let's try again. Where's Blue? Nice. Now that I think about it, I think having KO early on, I think that helps. I think. Because it does give like some sort of a bonus whenever I get a KO on someone. What is this curse? Don't worry about it. I'm doing it. Me said Twitch don't want to accept my card, so I can't sub to it now. What? Is it Twitch being weird, or is it like bank being weird? This sounds like a bank issue. Although I appreciate the sentiment. Twitch? Oh shit, that's new. I mean, I would thought something like this would be like, you know, bank's fault. But hey. Your card's working? Okay, so it is just Twitch being, well, I wouldn't say dumb, but weird. Don't think I won that. That's sad. No. Not like this. Okay, it's not too bad. Ooh. Look at that, it's a fireworks show again. Maybe they need to fix this a little bit. Like, I legit cannot see anything. Oh my god. I should use the other one. Fine. Can I take a break? Aim someone else. Oh god. Oh. Holy. Alright, this guy means business. Yeah. Holy! It's from the same person! That is for the same person because it's like one whole... Oh my god. That is insane. How fast is that person? I think I'm getting like consistent top 20. I'm pretty happy about this. Consistent top 20, why not, right? Why not? Check the time. What? It's already 12? Fuck. It's already midnight. It's too fast. I want to play more. Hi, Sia. Oh, is that? Oh, that's a big blab. Oh my god. Oh, blab. I think I have blab as well. Yeah, get blab. Let me try aim for KO. How about that? Because I always been like aiming for attackers only. Stacking blocks in the Kobo? What? Oh, I'm not stacking blocks in the Kobo. Am I? No, I'm not.
Woo Pokemon Tetris Sue. Nice Sue.
Yeah, nice suit there, Ting. I bought this Pokemon skin I think yesterday. Now we can do it. There we go. Tetris says that. To uninstall this game. Oh, actually, you don't need to play really fast. Actually, you don't need to play really fast. Actually, I say this because my one of my sisters played this game in a very slow fashion. She got to like top 10. It's like, wow, shit. And by slow I mean like, well, I'm not trying to shit on my sister, but really slow. You know, really slow. But she still got like top 10. It's like, yeah, it doesn't. You don't need to like play so sweaty like me. I think I'm just playing really sweaty. For the same person. That works. That's not it. That works. I don't like that. Why are they giving me? Oh my god, why are they giving me? Nope. My eyes are fast, but I think it's not listen to brain. Brain stuck. I don't know how that works. The other blue? Nah, that works. Okay. Not like this. Wow, yeah, this is what I mean. One mistake could cost you the round. I mean, I'm sure when I first played this game, my eyes and my finger don't even know what to do in this game. My heart pounds so fast. Oh, you haven't seen what I did just now. I was having a really close face-off against first place. Like, both of us is fighting for first place. But then I lost in the end. Yeah, nah. But that's fun as heck, man. That was great. Although I have to say, I did let my guard down for a few times when I was fighting against the when I was fighting first place. I did let my guard down a few times. I did, which is, you know, not the most clever thing to do. You know, letting my guard down and I didn't win yet. Not the most clever thing to do, but I think all things considered, my performance with that match is like my best in a while. In terms of trying to get the first place, you know what I mean? Someone's really fast. Someone's really angry. The same person. Oh no, it's from a few different person. There we go. Oh wait, that actually works. This. Yeah, I don't see a line anytime soon. That is so stupid. That works. Yeah. Sure. Why did I do that? Had to do it. Oh! I couldn't get it. I couldn't get it there. The pro-S in the family. Well, I mean, it helps when I'm the only one that plays games. It helps when I'm the only person in the game in the family that plays games. A lot. We're completely get first like full focus mode. I mean, I was going for full focusing as well, like an NGL. Not gonna lie, I was going really focusing on that one. The game's fun. It's even more fun when it's super intense. Like in top 10 territory, that's where the game shines. I do play game too, but not competitive type. I wouldn't say that I'm competitive. I'm not really. I usually play games for fun and get good along the way, I guess. I'm just gonna go for attackers, all good. Sabotage early? Sure. Wow, what is this? I feel like I'm the only one that's like struggling to put the first few pieces. I just feel like I'm the only one. Need to remember that worked as well. Like this. See, the thing is, at least during early game, I can have time to like think about what's my next move. Why do I see Xiu Xian? Xiu Xian? Gonna play my Xiu Xian game while watching. Wait, Xiu Xian? Wow, I can't believe it. I mean, it's not amazing cultivation simulator, is it? I mean, of course not. What would it be, that one? It is? Hey, yo. Let's go. Excuse me. I had to do it. Oh yeah, that's right. Trying to aim, trying to gain enemy. Not so easy. This Kobo is very strong. Haha. No bully the bold. That's right. Oh my god, I cannot see anything. This is stupid. What is that? I mean, I'll take the KO, thank you. Yeah, sure. Thanks, game. Oh my god, I'm getting oh my god, I'm getting flashbanged. I am killing them. Better strike hard now. This is bad. It's all because I decided to be greedy. Fine. Had to do it. Had to do it again. Oh, I messed up. Next one! Ah! Next one. I messed up too many times there. Found a gold Dragonborn already? Well, good for you. Tomorrow I'm gonna spend 5 hours just to find the brass Dragonborn or gold, I don't know. One of my favorites, and I'm looking forward to City Skyline 2 next month. Oh, is it coming out next month? Ooh, let's go. She's a brass? Oh, she's perfect. See, brass Dragonborn. I listen. I'm a good kobold. Not like the Bunai. 10 times the ear size, then listen. I'm so mean. Why am I so mean? Just pick the R-Slicker option? What? Finding loads of Dragon Ball in the city actually? Oh, that's good. Yeah, tomorrow I'm gonna find most of them. But I'm pretty sure I'm gonna spend like 10 hours just looking at Popper. Want some Cheetos? I is good. I has Cheetos. Popper is perfect. Popper is perfect. I'm just gonna play this one for a few more rounds. My thumb hurts, but man, do I not want to stop at all. I am not feeling like stopping. Stop? What is that? I don't know. This is definitely not addiction. Don't worry about it. Well. 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 I shouldn't have done that. That's bad. Ah. Alright, please stop giving lines. Stop giving lines for a few seconds, please. Thank you very much. Oh my god. God, so you guys have no chill. Look, I messed up big time. I'm sorry. Cannot see anything. This is such a huge problem. Here's some line for y'all. Yeah. Holy shit. Let's go. That's good. Why are you licking wood? I mean, I'm not gonna judge. Licking boots. I can respect that. This is so sad. Alright, I'm doing it. Oh god. There. Oh. I need to stop doing that. Stop. Wait. I need to stop doing that. Yeah. Oh, it's a new day. I got 2 tickets already. Nice. This one doesn't count. This one doesn't count. I miss being 3D. You know, when I get to play Switch, I can be 3D, which is nice. Because Switch, I don't need that much of my PC resources because I'm using Switch. Feels good. Okay, why are there so many people aiming for me already? Oh wow, they're fast. All the redeems are off though. Oh, I forgot to put. I forgot to re-enable them because I've been using 2D for so long. I forgot. This is actually so mean. That is so mean. Well, I can re-enable them for a brief moment because tomorrow I'll be back to 2D again. Don't worry about it, everything's fine. They should be back now. I'm too late. Oh, is that double bubbled? I want long eyes. Long eyes. How do I look? How do I look? I look okay, right? Yeah, I'm sure everything is fine. just Bobo with big eyes? Yeah. And bigger bubbled eyes. The ragdoll. You're gonna love when you just put the dynamic bones on spine or on the root bones and everything just like power the perk of being a 3D artist. I can do that. Oh, nice new chess piece. That's a direct upgrade to the Yuan-Ti scale. Well, Astara is OP now. I don't think that's a good idea. I'm putting it here. I never felt this way before, but my thumb my thumb feels tired. Thumb? Why shouldn't I put it like that? Gotta be careful doing this again. Why'd I do that? Oh, the greed is coming. Nah. Why? I cannot see who did it. I'm gonna try my best this run. Ugh. I'm just flying. Who's doing that? Who's doing that? Who's bullying the bubble? Oh, hi, Cheesecake. How's the best been doing? Nice, we take those. Hey! Hold it. Let's try our bestest. Not the best. Yeah, I messed up. I tried. Yay. The bully! Look at, oh my god, I'm just dead. You know, I feel like having no ragdoll camera is better. just see me flail around. Hope you're doing good, Cheesecake. Yeah, my thumb, they hurt. I kind of want to play a little bit more though. $12.37. Hi Shino. Oh wow, hi. It's been a long time. Holy shit, hi. I remember the name. Very, very like How are you doing? Man, I remember you're like I hope this is not weird, you know, suddenly bringing this up, but the first ever to interact with the stream, I believe. Hope you're doing good. Welcome in. Back in the Tekken days, right? Yeah. I still play Tekken. I do. Just not as much as I did before. Yeah, not as much, but I still play them. Tekken is still fun. It's just lately I've been getting into like a bit of a Tekken mood as well. Ever since Tekken 8, tried out Tekken 8 and wanted to play more Tekken. It's like after Tekken 8, I don't think I can go back to Tekken 7 anymore. That's not good. Been getting into Street Fighter a lot, so I don't watch that many people. That's fair, don't worry. I mean, I hope it's not weird for me to say this, but honestly, as a viewer, you are never obligated to like watch other people stream because you know real life happens, stuff happens. Uber but good. But I hope you're doing well. You super ultra sweet amazing cutie pea that is a little. Oh my god. Thank you, cheesecake. I'm actually doing pretty good, yeah. No, today's work is like slow, but I'll take it any day. I'll rather take a slow day than to deal with some customer, you know, some sort of customer. You know, they I don't like those. I don't know why I did that. This is bad. Fine. Never panic. I pressed the wrong button. Never panic. Haven't played Tekken since Street Fighter came out. I got purple ranks in Tekken and then stopped. Ooh. I got to... I think my best was Suzaku. And then eventually I just stopped and play a lot of other games. Yeah, there's too many games to play. But Tekken will still have a special place in my heart. I'll go back to the game from time to time. Especially now that Tekken 8 is announced. Okay. Yeah, Tekken 8 announced. I'm pretty excited for Tekken 8. You played 8? I love the... Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Man, I still remember my alerts all being like the electric noises for like follows, subs and everything. And now it's just changed. Hey, it's fun. Oh, I even see the Tekken 8 website. Kuma now inherit Heihachi's moves. Well, according to the lore anyway. Kuma will fight the lonely battle. I cannot wait to electric people as Kuma. I'll main Kuma again. I'll become a Kuma main. Wow. Summer's really good. And that summer's really good. It's aiming for me. A little scary. I don't think I can do that. I should have done that. I think I'm gonna main Raven or Claudio because they look the coolest of everyone. I can respect that, hell yeah. And main whoever make you feel happy. But yeah, I have to say the Raven in Tekken 8, whew. They totally did Raven justice, I have to say. Raven looks mega good in the game. Oh, I messed up. Stop! I need to stop doing that! That's all I want. Alright, guess we guess we have that now. We take those. Raven got the shadow clones now and Claudio doing dark magic now. Oh, is it dark magic? I thought that's like the light magic. And then you have Claudio just doing all the JoJo poses possible. Claudio's cool, hell yeah. I'm try hard. I'm trying really hard. I really don't want to cover up that hole. Fine. Too late. Oh, I messed up. Yeah, that's not too bad. All good, all good. Yeah, no. I tried. It's kind of scary when everything just like goes up like more than halfway. Hard to deal with. Oh my god, it's almost 1 AM. Last one. Last one.
Emotional damage.
Hi there. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing good. Last one, last one. My thumb actually hurts. Alright, let's try our best. On the hacking last one. Ooh. Hi Reader. Was it next stream well? Yeah. Finally, after so long. I mean, I used to be a midnight streamer. Well, used to be. I used to stream at I used to start at 11 p.m. And then until something like 3 or 4. Look, not the best streaming schedule, alright, but it was great while it lasted. Now I cannot do it because my health issues. Could not score by doctor, cannot do it anymore. Better than a sleeping schedule. You know what? True, yeah. I'm not even gonna deny that my I have not seen your sleep schedule, but I have heard of your sleep schedule. I think that alone is enough, right? A very scary sleep schedule. I don't know how you survived that, but hey, I'm not gonna judge. From a same person? How? This person is good. I messed up. I messed up. Actually, no, that worked out well. Hello? Dear bully! Don't know why, but parts of the soundtrack made a metal slug? Is it the guitar part, I guess? Help. Nice. Not nice. Wait a minute. Okay. No. This is. Oh, I thought it's. I thought it's Theo again. I was gonna say there's a dragon pulling a bull. I messed up. I stood no chance. I actually stood no chance. I don't think I messed up there. I was just getting bombarded. Also, these guys is insanely good. Ow! I'm just gone. Bye bye. Bye bye. No, I didn't get the top 10. I didn't get the top 10. One more. I didn't get the top 10. This one doesn't count. I want to feel the adrenaline again. Oh yeah, I'm curious how you play AC6? Armored Core 6? I've seen a lot of people play it. But what do you mean, like, how would I play it? Is there different playstyles?
Emotional damage.
Uh-huh. Hi, Brie. It's like Elden Ring? I fucking mixed up. Elden Ring? I stop. Not like this. Okay, there we go. I'm not trying to sabotage myself. This game's hard, okay. This game's very difficult. Did I even send mine out? I mean, I guess I did. How else would I get a KO? Oh, hi now. I started this time. How you doing? If you think it's like Elden Ring, then you'll be wrong. Oh, I will be wrong. I thought it's like Elden Ring. I mean, why would I think that it's like Elden Ring though? Also, what comment up? Hope you're doing good. It's by the same company? Oh, so it's by From Software. They make a new game? Shit, I didn't know. Ooh, someone's really good. That or some or wow, I didn't even stand a chance. And quite a lot of peeps expected it to be like Elden Ring or Souls-like. Meanwhile, people who look through old AC games will know that it's a lie. Oh, I didn't even know Armored Core exists. Thanks, stop. Also, hi, engaging comic. Hello, hello. So it's nothing like Souls-like then? How would you describe the game then?
Yep.
Yep. Also, that was not the last one, psych. I have to sleep. It's 1 AM. Oh god. Yeah, it is 1 AM. I guess at first it is kind of Souls-like, though it mainly depends on how you build your mech. You can build your own mech, and it is mission-based rather than open world. Okay, okay. Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter. Maybe? Sounds like it. Also, if you think that's the last one, you just got your baited. Yeah, you just got your baited. I think just now that round, I just got aimed by multiple people. Because those were like different lines altogether. Another game is assembling your own mech, equipping different weapons, frame parts, and different things like generator fire control system. Fire control system? Generating fire control system? Like, don't let it overheat? Oh goodness. Oh, of course you would give me two. Why am I not surprised? This is honestly so sad. Okay. Damn, they really want Cobalt Tail, huh? No Cobalt Tail for you. Sorry, I'm like 100% on the game right now. I'm try harding. Like, I'm not even gonna like lie about it. I am actually try harding. Super try harding right now. Alright, so excuse me if I'm not speaking like at all. I won this. Well. I don't understand. The game is like, nope, you fucked up. Game actually says you fucked up. Now you DC. Bye bye. Don't even try. How the game is assembling your own mech, equipping different weapons, frame parts. How will your weapon lock onto enemies at certain range and rate dictates when you can carry and how much stamina you have? Huh. You tried a bit too much. I guess I did try a little bit too. I was really trying hard, like very try harding just now. I really want to get to top. That match didn't happen. Alright, you guys didn't see anything. That match didn't happen. Don't worry about it. This is last one. This is the true last one. Game say time to nah. But oh, no, maybe not. Maybe not. Oh my god, I'm getting aimed by 4 people already. What the fuck is this? They just want Cobalt Tail. Honestly, who wouldn't like a Cobalt Tail? Where's my heckin' orange? Oh, well, that's the orange. Why? Where's orange? Thank you. Wow, after 10 years. I had to do it. No, there's actually no orange. There's actually no orange. I cannot believe it. There's actually no orange. I lost to orange. I lost to orange. Shit. Dude, shut up. It's on speedrun. I lost to orange. There's like only one that whole game. God damn it. That round didn't happen. And before the orange spam, I mean I see one orange now. Orange. Two orange already. Wow. 3 orange already. Damn. Weird. Orange does feel kind of rare. Why did I do that? No more durian. Oh no, there it is. Ah, okay, not too bad, not too bad. We take those. Oh, why did I do that? Okay, all good. I see shit when it's like, but I'm getting flashbanged. Oh boy. Okay. This is insane. How are they so fast? Help. I saw next one is second line. Hey, what the fuck? That works. Of course you would do this game. What's with all the tech pieces? God damn it. I'm top 10! I'm top 10! Okay, okay, I'm top 10. I can sleep. We take those. 10. 10. Oh my god, people is insane. What is this? They're all too good. No, 9? No, I'm 10. See, final place is 10s. You see up there? I cannot point at it. At least I got top 10. I can sleep now. The 5th place K only? Fine. God, my thumb. Oh shit, I feel my thumb. Ow. Ow. Yeah, it's time to rest. I had fun. I'll do this some other day again. Maybe not just Wednesday that I do like night stream, but there's only like Wednesday that I can do it, because Tuesday I have to wake up early on Wednesday. I don't really want to like stay up this late. Not saying that I don't need to wake up early tomorrow as well. At least I can wake up at 8, not 6. Okay, I'll stop here for today. Let me go here. Ooh. Oh yeah, is it reader? Is it raining really heavily over there? It's suddenly so quiet. I don't like this. They're still fighting. The first place and the second place is still fighting. Holy shit, it's insane. They're too good, they're too good. Yeah, I was listening to this one, I think. Was I? No, I was listening to this one. It was a thing. You did sleep, Ayo? I cannot believe it. Reader? Sleeping? Wowee! Oh my god. I need to sleep more. I think I didn't even open... Yeah, I did not even open up those captions. Oh my god. Alright, okay, sure. You did sleep from 5 to 7? Wow! Who are you? Reader? Oh my god. Sorry, that's so mean. Oh shit. Sorry, not sorry actually. Okay, we're raiding to another kobold. Tikri Strumman! We can raid to Tikri. Tikri's playing Core Keeper? Nice. Yeah, nah, I'm not even gonna plug or anything. I'm just gonna start raid. I'm gonna sleep. My thumb hurts. I pressed too much D-pad and now my thumb hurts. Ow. Ow. Okay, let me just time the raid real quick. I'm just gonna raid and then... I kind of want to eat something though. I want to eat something. I'm hungry. Why am I hungry? I think I did not miss that. I should just copy and paste the name. Don't worry about the fart noises. Sleep schedule destroyed. It's like typical. I put the toaster on Tuesday, but forgot to get bread. Well, I mean, you can just drive to your nearest. What do you call it? Grocery? Yeah, grocery store. Toaster with no bread. I mean, toaster. What else can you put in? You picked up one after class today. Nice. See, now you got bread and a toaster. Can you put something else in toaster? I don't know. I don't know why my brain, my first thought of what else I can put into toaster is a banana. I don't know why, don't ask. Can we put banana in toaster? Is it possible? And after toasting banana, can we eat that? No? Too thick? How about pisang goreng ne? I mean, pisang goreng is already, well, goreng ed, and then you're gonna put into toaster. I have a toaster. I could try, but I don't want to destroy my electrical appliances. Yeah, see? Yeah. We want to try it because I don't want to make a mess. Same. But I'm so curious though. See, when I was living alone in KL, I did try a bunch of things. One of them being like I fucking love coffee, and I also love blackcurrant drinks. And I was like, oh, two of those mixed together. I mean, they are both delicious. They are both delicious. Why not I just combine them? And I almost, yeah. Let's just say my stomach did not appreciate that. It hurts. Oh no, yip, huh? Yeah. You don't like where this is going? Well, it's going now, right? There's no running away. It's going there. God, look, the thing is, I don't know how to describe the taste. It tastes. It tastes. What taste? I don't know. Look, it certainly tastes. Like what? I don't know. It's bad. My stomach didn't like that. My brain didn't like that. My tongue hated it. Once is enough, once is enough. If you're curious, you can try it. If you're curious, you can try it. Now, I bought the blackcurrant syrup. Okay, so I make coffee as usual.
Emotional damage.
Like how you usually make. Yeah, my brain is like that time when I was drinking that. So I make coffee, and once it's done, it's like hot coffee, a cup sitting there. It's like, and then I pour the syrup in, blackcurrant. It's like, and then the color changed a little bit. It's like, well blended. Yeah, I did not like that. Don't be like Cobalt. Cobalt brain small, alright? But it's all good now, I do this so that you guys don't need doing that. I did it so that you guys don't need to. Alright, don't. Take my word for it. Do not do it. I wouldn't die imagining that. Well, I didn't die. I'm here. Am I here though? Oh god. We'll make one. Oh no. Why is it only when I visit? Nuh-uh, I can choose not to take that drink. Nuh-uh, you cannot just do that. you cannot just shove that drink onto my mouth. It doesn't work that way. God, I don't like this kind of a normal chocolate drink. Oh, I don't think you can do that. Look, you haven't tried it because you know coffee has smell, right? Coffee has this very distinct smell that's very like obvious. But then when you add the syrup in, it smells weird. It's not bad. It still smells coffee, but something else is there. even though my brain cannot comprehend, well, I know what it is, but my brain cannot comprehend what it is. My brain is like, the fuck is this? I don't understand. Sus, coffee, sus. The coffee is very sus. I agree. Yeah, that face is... Oh god, why? Hey, look. Curiosity is a thing, alright? Curiosity is a thing. Oh wait, who's wait a minute, Drake is streaming right now? Ooh. Oh, Drake is streaming right now. I mean, as much as I love Tricky, as much as I love Tikri's stream, I never really got a chance to rate Drake, and now I got. Oh, Drake just started too. Alright. Oh, good. Yeah, let's rate Drake. Must find more kobolds and dragons. There, okay. I type in the rate. I will go sleep. Okay, let's see. 现在是 right now it's like 1 a.m. 10点开始。1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10、11、12、11. Okay, I mean after about 11 hours I'll stream again. The usual time. Today is just a little bit of a secret stream. I love doing this, by the way. It's great. Nighttime stream is something else. I love it. And you know what's better? Right now it's raining. Oh, no. Wait, I cannot. No, this music. No. The music is like... The music will mess with my YouTube video. Okay, type in the rate. So I'm gonna go sleep now. So before the rate, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. Like, know that you guys are all loved, valid, and mature. Very valuable. Okay? Love you all. Here comes the rate to Draku. Boom. I'm just gonna wait for the timer to go down as always. Even though I'm like, why am I hungry? Why am I hungry? I don't get. Awkwardly stares. Well, now you said it, I have to do it. Okay, come on. My eyes is not looking. Why is my eyes like darting? Oh yeah! Wait, you awkwardly stare, or you cannot just do that. You cannot just say that and just. Wait, let me. Oh yeah, I forgot. There. Rate message. How can I forget? Boom. Nah, we're still. I'll see you guys after 11 hours. Bye bye. Ow. Ow. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye.